Hello, people, and welcome to track 3 of SeaGL 2021, day 2. Welcome back. I am really excited for the talks we have today. The first one up is Shauna Gordon McKeon. She is a writer, programmer, and community organizer who focuses on the intersection of technology and governance. Her business, Galaxy Rise Consulting, works with free and open source projects, nonprofits, progressive organizations, and other clients to build better products for their communities and stronger communities around their products. Gordon McKeon is on the board of Tech Inquiry, a nonprofit run by tech workers combating problems and abuses in the tech industry, and co-organizes the Washington, D.C. chapter of the Tech Workers Coalition. She experiments with governance technology through her work on kyburn.org and in her role as an advisor to MetaGov. Please welcome Shauna Gordon McKeon.
Hi there. My name is Shauna Gordon McKeon. Welcome to my talk about knowing your rights as a tech worker. I want to talk about a few different things during these 20 minutes. First off, we're going to discuss your basic rights as a tech worker and some, simple procedures or common procedures that tech workers might encounter when organizing. We'll also talk about reasons for organizing, including the bargaining for the common good model. We'll talk about different resources you have when organizing, as well as possible role models, inspiration, examples that have happened in the last few years. And finally, I want to talk about the overlap in values and that I see between the free and open source software community and the worker organizing community. So let's get started. So the basic right that you have here is the right to participate in concerted protected activity. And concerted means two or more people who are acting together. You cannot undertake concerted protected activity alone. Now, that doesn't mean that you can never be protected acting alone. There's a separate field of legal protections called whistleblowing protections. So if you are whistleblowing, you don't need to act with anyone else, but this is a separate set of protections, and you don't want to just assume that what you're doing is whistleblowing when it might not be whistleblowing. So if you're not sure what your actions fall under, please do ask a lawyer. There are many lawyers out there who will talk with you pro bono, help you get a sense of what it is you're doing. But regardless, if you are acting with another person, then you are engaging in concerted activity, and that is a pretty broad sphere of activities. So for example, and you'll notice that all of these protected activities are two or more people working together. So you can share your salary with your coworkers, talk about working conditions, write a petition to ask for a raise, talk about problems on social media, talk to reporters, protest. You can organize a union. You can advocate with your coworkers to transition to a worker cooperative model. All of these things would be protected activity because they are done together, and because they are done with an aim to improve the workplace. However, while these protections are quite broad, they are not universal. You can lose protection by saying things about your employer that are incredibly offensive, knowingly and maliciously false, or by disparaging your employer's products and services without relating the complaints to anything related to labor. So you should be a little bit mindful, but don't assume that you should. I guess what I'm trying to say here is that you should be mindful that you don't go completely out of bounds, but also don't silence yourself and stop your activities because you think it might not be protected. If you're truly concerned, talk to a labor lawyer, but the protections are fairly broad. You might ask, what is the NLRB? Why do we care what NLRB.gov says? NLRB stands for National Labor Relations Board, and this is a government board that hears and rules on labor-related cases. So if your employer fires you, disciplines you, harasses or coerces you about protected activity that you're undertaking, you can file a claim with the NLRB and they'll hear your case. It is worth noting, so the members of the NLRB are appointed by the President of the United States to rotating 5-year terms. And so the board is somewhat political, And how sympathetic the board will be to worker claims does depend a little bit on who has been president for the last little while. So with the Biden administration, the NLRB is becoming more sympathetic to labor cases again than they were under the Trump administration. But even under the Trump administration, the NLRB did rule for workers occasionally, so it's not like completely political, but it definitely has a political tinge to it. So that's another thing to keep in mind when you're making decisions about risks, is that just because something is technically protected doesn't necessarily mean you'll actually get the NLRB to rule in your favor, and whether you will may depend a little bit on who actually makes up the NLRB at that point. One thing I've noticed when talking to people about worker organizing is the tendency to conflate all worker organizing with union organizing. And I love unions. They're fantastic. I definitely support union organizing, but there are other ways to undertake efforts at change. There are other ways to build power. And so please don't assume that the only path forward is through forming a union. Choose the way forward that works for you and your coworkers. Another thing that I've heard people say that I think to be a bit of a myth or a bit of a misunderstanding is that tech workers don't need to organize because we have it pretty good. And maybe we do have it better than a lot of people in other industries, but that's really more of a condemnation of other industries than a sort of statement that there's nothing wrong in the tech industry. There are indeed a great many problems, and I've attempted to list a bunch of them out here, but this is not an exhaustive list. There's many other reasons people might want to organize. Just to grab a couple of these off the slide, pay inequality. You might be paid pretty well compared to, say, a public school teacher, but if you are getting paid less than someone doing the same work that you are because they're white and you're not, or they're a man and you're a woman, then obviously that's something that should change. There's all sorts of kinds of discrimination, harassment, and abuse that happen in the tech industry. Another common problem is crunch time and unpaid overtime, where you're paid pretty well, but the cost of that is that you never can truly feel like you have time to yourself because you can get an email or get called back into the office at any point. Another big problem in the tech industry is contractor misclassification, which goes hand in hand with worker exploitation, gig worker exploitation. So a classic example of this is something like Uber or Lyft or something like Instacart, where you have sort of two completely different sets of tech workers who are coworkers, but you have people who are building apps and working on building the tech product, and then people who are using the apps and using the tech product. And these groups are kept completely separate, even though you are, the people making decisions about what your work is going to be like and what your life is going to be like are the same people. And so companies benefit by creating a big gap between those two groups. And this is most obvious with something like Uber or Lyft or Instacart, but other tech companies do it too. Google, Facebook, et cetera, have hundreds of thousands of contractors, often kept very separate from full-time employees so that solidarity doesn't build up between them. But it's very much an issue. Other issues include non-disclosure agreements, non-competes, and forced arbitration agreements that are often companies will force their employees to sign. And then when you want to leave that company, you can't have the full breadth of people to work for. If you have problems with the company, you can't talk about it outside the company. You can't bring them to court because you've agreed to go to an arbitrator. All of these things that people often will sign at the beginning without realizing what exactly they're signing away. And we'll talk a little bit about forced arbitration actually in a little bit. And then finally, academic freedom and code freedom are both things that I think most of us want in our workplaces. We want the ability to say, like, hey, this piece of proprietary software should be open source or free software. We want the ability to say, hey, I'm noticing this problem. I want to publish a paper about it, and I want the freedom to say what I actually believe instead of censoring myself out because it's not in the best interest of my employer. And these are things that can be achieved, but they take the collective power of workers to demand it. It's not a thing that most employers will just like give you out of the goodness of their hearts. So one model for addressing some of these issues that I think the tech industry tech workers in the tech industry, I think that we could really benefit from adopting is called bargaining for the common good. This is a picture here of the Chicago Teachers Union uh, protesting / showing, making a display of their power. And they're really one of the pioneers of this model. So bargaining for the common good is when you use your power as workers to win improvements, not just for yourself, but for the whole community. And so Chicago Teachers Union, for example, has fought for getting nutrition and housing help for their students who are in poverty. Or another example of bargaining for the common good is the Wells Fargo bank employees who fought to protect customers from abusive sales tactics that were being forced on them by their bosses. This is a model that I think a lot of tech organizing has already been following. A lot of efforts at various companies to protect tools of that company from being used to deport and detain and surveil and punish people, trying to protect human rights, trying to protect the climate. So I think that this model is already present in tech, but I really want to embrace it because I don't think it's an either or. It's not about fighting for yourself or fighting for others. It's about recognizing that when you fight for others, you're also fighting for yourself and vice versa. An understanding of solidarity that goes beyond just the workplace. I also want to say, like, I got these images for this slide from Twitter, and social media activism is often the most visible form of activism, but just because it's most visible doesn't mean it's the only one that's going on there. There's a lot of activism that's happening and organizing that's happening that's not as visible as a Twitter profile. So some role models and examples. In November 2018, you might remember the Google walkouts. That's when more than 20,000 Googlers worldwide walked out to protest sexual harassment and more. In September of 2019, workers at HCL, which is a contractor for Google, voted to form a union. In February of 2020, workers at Kickstarter voted to form a union called Kickstarter United. And then in March 2020, Amazonians United won paid time off for all part-time Amazon employees nationwide. So some of these are formal unions, some of these are not. If you are interested in learning more about the different examples and role models and inspiration from the past, not just the past few years, but for expansively, like the last several decades, there's a great website called Collective Action in Tech, where they collect examples of different actions, and it's really fun to browse through. You can see not just what's being done, but how it's being done. You can learn about tactics, find people to reach out to. If you're interested in learning about like what it was like to organize at HCL or at Kickstarter or at Google, I can connect you to those people. Like, the world is not that big. So yeah, it's a chance to see what else is out there and see who you can learn from. I also want to talk just briefly about a couple of other different models for using tech worker power. One is worker cooperatives, so building organizations, companies that are actually owned by workers. And a great resource for people in FLOSS who are interested in worker cooperatives is Mickey Metz and the Agaric Co-op. Mickey is essentially the best expert I know at the intersection of FLOSS and worker co-ops, so highly recommend reaching out to her. Another way forward is through policy advocacy. So for instance, the Google employees, I don't think they were actually a union at the time, but they have since announced becoming a union. But in any case, Google workers were instrumental in getting the Forced Arbitration and Justice Repeal Act passed in the House. And I mentioned forced arbitration briefly before. Basically, it's when you sign away your right to bring your employer to court, and instead you have to go to an arbitrator, and arbitrators are often, like, they've done research and shown experimentally, like looking at the data, that arbitrators are more likely to rule in favor of employers than courts are. And people are often like not thinking about this when they sign, or they don't have a choice to say like, I'll accept all the rest of it. But forced arbitration is usually, forced on them. So forced arbitration. So anyway, this is not something that actually got passed into law yet. It passed the House, but as often is the case, it struggled in the Senate. But I do really hope that this does eventually get passed, and it speaks to the power that tech workers have to change policy, to change law, to change regulation. It should not just be, Google lobbyists and Facebook lobbyists who have the ears of our legislatures. It should also be everyday tech workers who have the knowledge and also don't have necessarily the incentives that, say, a Facebook lobbyist does. And finally, a third path forward, and these paths are not mutually exclusive, but a third thing that we can do to show our power is to donate and financially support other organizers. We can donate to organizations like Gig Workers Rising to help build solidarity across that chasm between different types of workers in the tech industry. Another example is coworker.org's Solidarity Fund, which is a fund that I have donated to. I encourage you to donate to, where they pay out to organizers who need financial support in order to do their organizing work, all within the tech industry. So different ways forward. Some additional resources for you. So there's 3 different unions who have been really actively working in this space. There may be other unions who have also been supporting, but it's less public. So the Communications Workers for America, CWA, United Steelworkers, USW, and the Office of Professional Employees International Union, OPEIU, have all organized unions in the tech industry. And it can be a little confusing if you haven't done much with unions before, but basically a lot of unions will do organizing work across several different industries. So you might be like, what is United Steelworkers doing? Like doing tech worker organizing? And the answer to that is basically that the tech workers were in Pittsburgh and the steel workers were also in Pittsburgh. And so there was a lot of social overlap. So when they were looking for a union, they looked there. And the USW has been great in supporting them. So so I mean, if you should not feel yourself limited to these 3 unions, but these are all 3 that have had experience working with tech workers. So they're good, and they're all organizations that you can reach out to, even if you don't end up organizing with them, like just calling them up or emailing them and saying like, hey, I'm a tech worker thinking about organizing. I just want to chat to learn more about what would even be involved. Like all of them would be open to that. Other orgs that you could reach out to for support, advice, solidarity, etc. Coworker.org, which I just mentioned with the Solidarity Fund. They have a bunch of different programs and projects they do, and a bunch of people who work on organizing. The Tech Workers Coalition, Game Workers Unite, Tech Inquiry. Tech Inquiry probably doesn't belong on this list. It's a very small organization, but I am in it, so I figured I'd add it to this list. Happy to chat about it afterwards. Okay, so finally, I want to talk again about this, the space for overlap, the space for solidarity between the free and open source software movement and the tech worker organizing movement, because I think there's just such a huge area of overlap. And I think where the overlap is most clear to me is in this concept of co-determination. So co-determination is the right of workers to participate in the governance of their workplace, to decide what their workplace is going to be like, what they're going to work on, and how that work is used out in the world. And some countries like Germany and Sweden have co-determination laws. That is, their laws insist that a certain number of a certain percentage of ownership of these organizations is set aside for workers, so that workers always have a say in the governance of their workplace. Others like the US make it a lot harder to achieve. You can achieve co-determination in some ways through unions, but it's a lot more difficult. But regardless of the how it's been achieved so far, I think as an ideal is a thing to work towards. It's hugely valuable. And I think it is, again, an area of overlap between FOSS, FLOSS, whichever acronym you're going to use, and worker organizing, because it's all about saying, like, we don't want to be helpless and bossed around by some rich person, whether that's someone who's, got proprietary code that we don't understand how it's used and we can't control our own computers, we can't control our own tools, or whether that's a boss who's determining how our work's going to be used or what our workplace is like. In either case, like, that's hugely infuriating, and I think important to stand up against. And so I think in building these connections between these 2 different movements, emphasizing our shared values is so helpful. So our appreciation for community and our belief that collective action can improve the world, our focus on generosity and on solidarity, and believing that when we give to others, they will give back to us and we can support each other that way. Our desire for autonomy, our desire to say like, hey, we get to decide how our lives work, whether that's the tools we're using or in our workplaces, a desire for transparency so that we can see what's going on and make good choices about it, an ethos of care and collaboration. All of these things are present both in worker organizing and in free software. So I think there's just so much potential for collaboration going forward. Okay, so here's a page of links. I will share the slides hopefully I've already shared the slides in the chat, so you can actually click these links, because most of these things here are actual clickable links. And you can always contact me. My email is down there at the bottom. If you want more resources, more advice, more connections, I am happy to do whatever I can to support you in your organizing work. So yeah, that is the end of this talk. I'm excited to hear what questions you have going forward. All right, bye.
And we are here with Shauna live for Q&A, which is
hello,
excellent.
everyone.
Hello, Shauna. There were a couple of questions in the chat. The first one is from Jill R. The NRLRB is currently taking 1 or more years to rule on many, especially tech cases. If the board changes, do the new members take over in-progress cases, or do the new members follow their in-flight cases?
That is a great question, which I do not know the answer to. But I know people who will know the answer to that. So if you shoot me your contact information, if anyone who wants to know the answer to that shoots me their contact info, I can ask someone and follow up with you. It is worth noting that, so the board is 5 people, but I think the quorum is 3 people to make decisions. So it might be that if there's like turnover, then it just, it would take several years to get turnover so that you would have less than 3 people who had been there through the duration of the case. But it might also be that members like pick up things in flight. So I will find the actual answer to that rather than just merely speculating.
Cool. Jill also asks, has anyone seen any tech groups successfully engage with the IWW yet?
Right, so the IWW stands for International Workers of the World. I don't remember any prominent cases of that. Maybe the Collective Actions in Tech site could, which is like more exhaustive than my own personal knowledge, could tell us about that. But it is also true that I wouldn't necessarily expect the IWW to have like super visible actions, especially early on. But yeah, I certainly don't know anything off the top of my head. So I can't speak to that. But definitely there are a lot of different unions that are doing this kind of work, and a lot of different types of unions. So a lot of the ones that I mentioned, like CWA, OPIU, USW, are sort of traditional unions in the style that, so a little bit of labor history, in the years during the Great Depression, there's a tremendous amount of worker power that was built, and it translated into laws such as the laws that established the NLRB, and created a sort of model of what I'm calling traditional unionism or majority unionism, where you got recognition from the government and protected legal rights. And that's a little bit what my focus in this talk has been, but it's certainly not the only kind of unionism. Unions existed for many years and in many places outside of that. So there's things called like solidarity unionism or minority unionism, where the goal is not to get legal recognition or legal protection, but to band together to sort of show raw power. Like, it doesn't matter if you have legal protections or not, if you have the power to make a company, bend to your will because they're afraid of you losing the workers and they need your labor. And that's, I think, also because tech workers tend to be relatively powerful and privileged compared to other workers, and because a smaller number of people can throw a bigger wrench in the workings of a company. I think the minority model, which is, I believe, don't quote me on this, but I believe is a little bit more what IWW is pursuing. But I think that's actually, in many ways, like more promising in the tech industry than it might be in other industries, because a smaller number of people can have a bigger impact.
Got it. Thank you. Jill says, thanks. I feel like I remember the IWW dismantling an early tech subgroup at one point due to lack of participation, but that was before the current wave of organizing.
Yeah, it's definitely been an interesting time period. I think not just in tech. I think there's been a real rise in the presence of unions, the presence of worker organizing across the United States. And maybe in other areas of the globe, I don't have as much insight into that. I do know a few people who are doing organizing in Europe. But I think it's also important to note that, like, the seeds that you plant, the relationships you build, the skills you gain, the power you demonstrate, it might not immediately lead to a success. But over time, these things can grow and be more successful in the future. So worker organizing, building collective power is a bit of a long game. And I wouldn't be surprised if, a particular project or a particular effort disbanded, but eventually came back, as the situation changed and as the environment and receptiveness to organizing changed.
Okay, well, I think that is all of the questions that we have. Thank you so much, Shauna, for speaking. And thank you, Track 3, for listening. We'll be back at 2:45 with Ava Black. I'd also like to thank our sponsor for this track today, which is Google. They are a gold sponsor this year. And stop by their booth and give them some love. Hello and welcome to track 3 of SeaGL 2021. Today we have Ava Black talking about navigating the cultural tightrope. Ava is a queer and non-binary geek, a lifelong student of the Buddha Dharma, a consent advocate, an aspiring author, and a regular speaker at both InfoSec and open source conferences and meetups around the world. In addition to their technical work, they are committed to improving diversity and inclusion in the tech industry and advocating for digital privacy rights. Please welcome Ava.
The code of conduct is written so vaguely, anything could be a violation. This is a direct quote from someone who's involved in a reported incident within a community that I work with. I won't say which one. And it wasn't just anyone. This was an elected community leader. Does that surprise you? What surprises me is I've only heard it once. Now that I have your attention, hello, welcome to Walking the Cultural Tightrope. My name is Ava Black. I currently work at Microsoft in the Azure office of the CTO's open source ecosystems team. I'm also a recently elected OSI board member. I'm active in a couple different foundations. I've done volunteer work in other community organizations for years, and I've worked at a couple companies that you might have heard of. And I've been writing software and using open source tools for over 20 years now. And in addition to my technical work, I was elected to the Kubernetes Code of Conduct Committee back in 2019. That might be all the context you have for me or for this talk, if you read the abstract. You might not know that I also volunteered with the Consent Academy. I was actually on their board of directors for several years. And so I got to learn from consent advocates and therapists who work directly with marginalized communities in the Pacific Northwest, where consent incidents happen, and educators who've been teaching consent for years. So with that background, during my time on the Kubernetes Code of Conduct Committee, we incorporated some of this, the principles of consent, into how we address conduct incident reports. And we've really to try to center the agency of community members who felt they'd been harmed in some way, and to look at where agency and consent are at play here. I'll give some examples throughout this talk, but first I want to define what is consent. It is a voluntary agreement made without coercion between persons with decision-making capacity, knowledge, understanding, and autonomy. That's a definition from the Consent Academy. And it's built on 4 pillars. These pillars are autonomy. Does someone have the power or privilege or the free will to make a decision? Has that been compromised by an authority or a reporting relationship? Do they have the capacity, legal or emotional and mental, to make a decision, to agree to something, to consent? Do they have all the information they need? Do they understand the information they've been given? Are there perhaps cultural barriers or language barriers that affect what they understand? And are there agreements or boundaries in place, or was some sort of coercion used to get an unwilling compromise on a boundary? So with these 4 pillars in mind, we applied a trauma-informed framework based in consent to try and understand or deal with, really, code of conduct incidences that happened in my 2 years on that committee. And throughout the rest of this talk, I want to share some of the challenges we faced and the lessons we learned, and I'll end with some specific tools that you can use in your communities to maybe a little better handle the kind of challenges we faced. So first off, 4 points. Things that we really learned that I wish I'd known at the beginning. A code of conduct really is not a legal document, not by itself. But when you join a community, you join a Slack, you buy a ticket for an event, you go to a space, you're agreeing to abide by those terms, and codes of conduct are part of those terms. So your agreement, if in effect, is a legal document, and somebody has the authority to revoke your access. That code of conduct is one part of the expectations set out to you when you join. But like laws, these are inert on their own. There needs to be a body of practice that knows how to interpret or enforce or apply that code of conduct. I'll briefly give a really succinct example. It's also a little silly, of kind of one of the best codes of conduct I've seen, at least for explaining why codes of conduct are important, what their functions are. And there's really two functions. First, to communicate cultural norms and make them explicit. People are coming from all over the world, different communities, different languages. You've got to make that clear, what the expectations of your community are. In this case, I'm assuming it's just Mac's friends and they all know what being a jerk means. Secondly, a code of conduct makes visible the power structure in the community, defines the boundaries of the community and who can enforce those boundaries. In this case, it's Mac's server, so Mac can do that. Now, the second critical lesson here is that codes of conduct should not center punishment. They're kind of vague, and that is a little bit by design. It might include some examples of good behavior or bad behavior, maybe a repercussion for something, but even that's kind of pushing beyond what I would recommend. Should not try to make an exhaustive list. You can't. Humans are going to always try to work around that. And when people cause harm, it's often just by accident. People are messy, sometimes unskillful, sometimes just new. Sometimes they're just hungry or hangry and say something they didn't really mean. Or step on a toe, literally, like I've done that, like, oops, sorry. But when an accident happens, that does not negate the harm. And so people deserve a second chance to say, oops, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on your toe, and make amends. But if patterns of behavior can be seen, the harm is not accidental, or after being given feedback, someone does not try to do better, try to change, well, that's where code of conduct really needs to be able to be enforced. Because the reality that every security engineer knows is when you build a system, it needs to be resilient to those who would try to break the system or break out of the system, who would just troll for their own amusement, or look, in the case of codes of conduct, for opportunities to trigger a lawsuit. The third thing is that the committee behind a code of conduct, I really do recommend it not be one person, but a committee of peers with mutual accountability and different, coming from different corporations or different backgrounds. This is really critical. Their critical function, I should say, is to support community health, often by focusing on ensuring individual safety. Because if individuals aren't safe in your community, I would say the community is not healthy. And that's as true for any individual leader, right? You don't want to put that weight on a single person in a position of authority, because their own authority can compromise the ability of people that report to them to have autonomy, to be able to consent. It's good to have a separate parallel body of peers who can review and support when incidents happen. And I want to just throw in this little quote from an old mentor of mine, that the culture of an organization is determined by the worst behavior its leaders tolerate. I mean, let that sink in for a moment, because if a code of conduct committee, or really your community, does not address where harms are being done, they're going to continue, and people notice. And that sets the tone, it sets the culture for the whole community. So you've got to be able to address them and raise that bar up. This leads to my fourth principle, that when a pattern of harm is identified, the committee must enforce these norms. It must act. It must be empowered to act, often autonomously, often expediently, almost always in private, to protect community and individual safety. So if we were in person, I would now ask for your consent to continue, because the easy part of the talk is over, and I'm going to go into some examples now that are potentially very emotionally difficult. So please, since you're going to be watching a recording of this, please prioritize your own emotional well-being. Mute, skip ahead if you need to. I'm going to go through about 5 examples relatively quickly. Now, if we were live in person at DEF CON, I would say would remind you that there would be an on-site emergency hotline, a crisis hotline, run throughout the event. But I don't think this event, I don't think any other event that I know of has such a crisis hotline. And I also want to remind you that if you think I'm describing something about you or an event you know about, you're probably wrong. I work with a lot of communities. These examples are aggregated and anonymized. What I'd like you to do as you listen to the examples is think about how you would respond if you got the report. What would you do? What kinds of factors would you need to consider? Think about the implications of any action you'd want to take on other people, on the community. Is there legal liability? You've got to think about those things. We'll start real simple. A chatbot joins your Slack and starts to spam. Who has the power to block it? Do you know your Slack admin? Do you need to reach out to the foundation board? Is somebody online who can deal with this? Have other people been empowered? Have enough people been empowered to react quickly so that your community's workplace isn't overrun for hours or days? So what would you do? Second example, I don't even want to read the joke, but let's assume that this was meant as a joke. It's a reference to slipping a roofie in someone's drink. Now, for men, this might lead to robbery. For women, this might lead to something much worse. So right away, I want you to realize that this joke, whenever it was said, probably landed very differently, with a different emotional impact for different people in the room. It's also really just insensitive to say this about a culture by proxy of a city. So clearly inappropriate. Take a moment to think about how you'd respond if you heard this or you got a report that someone had said this. Should something be done? Should the person be talked to, reprimanded, kicked out, banned for life? Where's the line? Now let me add some more color. What if this was said in front of an audience, on stage, in a big room? Does that change how you'd respond? Would you change your answer if the speaker was Japanese? You see, context is incredibly important, and it's often not obvious at first. This one's much harder to understand without context. Some movements do grow from having martyrs, it's true. But imagine that a trans woman were on a business trip explaining why they don't feel safe alone after dark. And a man larger than them leans in and says this loudly in a bar at night. They've both been drinking. Can you imagine how that might land as a threat? So when receiving a report, it's really important to listen to the reporter's interpretation of events, how it felt, the tone, the setting, and even the larger cultural context. Last year, 2020, the Human Rights Campaign identified 44 deaths of trans women as targeted hate crimes. So if this were said at an event, should the person be kicked out? Or would that action in fact expose the woman to retaliation? What do you do? Now let's say you just got this report via email. It suggests that there might be a lawsuit already at play. Should a conduct committee or person responsible step in and get involved? Or would that somehow, the liability rub off on you if you tried to intervene? Could you be sued for something too? What do you do? Fifth example, you hear that there's a subgroup in your community that's gained a reputation for being unwelcoming. People show up and then they leave. They don't stick around, except the same folks who've been there for years just keep talking over everybody in every meeting. Thankfully, there's recordings of it. You are recording public meetings, right? And you go watch them. And yeah, you can see the pattern too. Should you do something? Can the Code of Conduct Committee proactively step in Is the right action to punish or to rally resources, offer training, mentorship, support? What do you do? So, let's have a brief momentary pause. Please check in with your body. Take a couple deep breaths. Let it out, shake it off. Those examples, it's pretty heavy stuff, right? These are all real, grounded in real examples. This is the kind of stuff that Code of Conduct committees deal with all the time, and it's usually hidden from the community. So the talk is going to get a bit easier now in the last 5 minutes or so, at least emotionally. We're going to try to apply the principles from the first half through the examples that I just gave. I'll talk a little bit more, and then I'll give some real specific things you can do to make your community safer and better and more inclusive, more welcoming, and all of those good warm fuzzies. A quick recap. Codes of conduct are not a legal document, but there are legal issues often at play. You shouldn't center punishment because people are messy. You should anticipate nuance and look for that in your reports or in the incidents. Support community health by focusing on individual safety. And the committee needs to be empowered. And more than that, it also needs to be seen when it acts. And I'll talk about that because there's a lot of nuance. You obviously need to protect privacy and confidentiality. But if the community does not know that the committee is there supporting them, well, what are they going to think? So why is all of this important? You might be wondering. Maybe. Well, because the community, an open source community, is the value. Right? The software produced by an open source community is static. It's going to bit rot the moment it's written. The community is what keeps that software alive, that project alive and healthy. And so a cultural risk in that community becomes a product risk for every company or other project that is depending on that open source community's products, right? With the code they've written, the things they've built. And if the culture starts to break down, people leave, well, the products that depend on it are impacted by that. And you might be wondering now, why can't HR just take care of this, right? That's what companies have HR departments for, to deal with harassment. Well, HR manages internal risk. There's a lot of practices there to limit corporate liability. But what we've done in open source is we've externalized all of that risk into the community, where there's no employment contract, no non-disparagement, no NDA, no authority from the company. The liability ends up being kind of nebulous. The company's not responsible for it. So the corollary is that we've asked the Code of Conduct Committee to become responsible to steward the health of a community without exposing themselves as volunteers to the liability of that action. We're basically asking volunteers who are informed, experienced, capable to do this sophisticated emotional work. But we're looking for folks who are naive enough to do it without liability protection, organizational support. Come on, this has to change. Because we have an unmanaged supply chain risk, right? Every company in the world today, pretty much, depends on open source to small or greater degrees. Because we have an unmanaged community risk that is leading to a supply chain risk for all of these companies. The risk hasn't evaporated simply because we've pushed it out of the company and into the community. That risk might now rest on the boards of nonprofits, which steward the community, or on the members and volunteers of those communities who are staffing or dealing with conduct incidents when they happen. So, what can you do? This isn't all doom and gloom. There are some concrete things that we can do to make this better. I labeled this one as priority 0. It's kind of table stakes. We need to develop service orgs that can support the restoration of community safety, provide education when necessary. Because for a lot of people, the word code of conduct still carries a negative connotation, and we need to change that. So how do we do that? We establish norms of practice by sharing information, sharing techniques, sharing process across communities. It's time to raise the bar from simply asking a project to adopt a code of conduct document to actually having a team of people who are trained and capable to support the community when there are incidences, because there are. We need to normalize the publication of transparency reports that protect confidentiality and privacy. But this helps the community grow by becoming aware that work is being done, that issues that people feel and see are being addressed. The boards should begin to extend liability coverage to whomever is enforcing a code of conduct, right? Kicking someone out of a community has repercussions, sometimes legal, and we need to protect the people who are doing the sensitive, delicate work from that liability that we're asking them to do. And we should really fund training for whomever is being asked to do this work, whether that means contracting with a trained mediator for help, creating a staffed role in the foundation, or simply funding regular training for conduct committee members. So to recap, this is all stewardship, community stewardship, nothing more. And I'll leave you with a few closing thoughts. That consent, when applied as a lens to both social or business interactions, to our technology, it's transformative. And that all of the ideas in this talk, they're not really new. I learned them from community organizations in the Pacific Northwest and from indigenous peoples that have been dear friends of mine for many, many years. And some of these organizations that I mentioned, in turn, learned them from the Occupy movement. So if any of this resonated with you and you'd like to connect with me, talk about it, learn more, find some more resources, or network with other code of conduct groups, please reach out on Twitter or email. Thanks so much for coming to the talk.
Thank you so much, Ava. The talk was amazing and difficult. I think that the chat would agree with me. I think we should all take a deep breath. What do you think?
Yeah, let's breathe for a minute. That was a lot.
That was a lot. That was a lot. The examples were a lot. I think I really appreciate you putting those in there, though, because it's so important to be in touch with the realities of running an event or a meetup or an organization, an organization in open source, and like what you really do have to deal with. And a lot of people don't really want to think about it. So
and so many people, even involved in leadership roles in these communities, have never actually seen this. Right? Like in Kubernetes, there's a code of conduct committee and there's a steering committee, and they're separate for reasons I mentioned. And a lot of the stuff that gets dealt with is dealt with in ways and places to protect the privacy and confidentiality of people involved, so folks don't see it. And I think it's important to understand, for everyone to understand, just how impactful this can be on someone's comfort or willingness to participate in a community if it isn't being supported or isn't being addressed.
Lacey has a question. What options do you have when you are aware that someone who is a known abuser is on the security safety committee of a conference and there's a high risk to say anything about it because they would likely be triaging their own offenses? That is a great question.
That is a great question indeed, and one that I have seen more than once, unfortunately. My recommendation to all foundations is that the Code of Conduct committee must publish their process for handling reports, processing report, including a bit of like an SLO, like how fast are you going to respond, not resolve, but at least acknowledge it. And more importantly here, not to use an alias like conduct at that goes to a group of people, but to also enable and encourage community members to reach out to individual members of the committee. Part of the process that the committee needs to publish is their recusal process. So if there's a conflict of interest due to employment relationships or personal relationships, or the community member is concerned that person A on the committee won't be able to be fair and impartial, but person B might, They have to be able to reach out directly to those individuals and say, hey, I need a process started that excludes certain people because they might be involved, or I don't feel I could be treated fairly by them. And in the absence of that, you need outside counsel, like lawyers, unfortunately.
C. Weber says, quietly not participate in my case, which I think is a thing that happens more often than not, which really sucks.
So unfortunately often. Yep.
Yeah.
Like I said, the committees have to be visible in their work in this, so that ideally, and I'm kind of quoting some folks from DEF CON here, like it's going to get, the numbers, they're going to get worse over time at first. People are going to, the ideal is that they get worse, because the ideal is that people start to trust that we have these social functions and that they're working, and then they report more and we can fix things and not just go away quietly.
Well, if you are good, I think if you have any other questions for Ava, please bring them to the chat for this talk. Ava's also going to be giving another talk right after this at 11:30. And I'm going to take a second to thank our sponsor, Google, for this track today. They're a gold sponsor this year. Ava, why don't we sign off and see you back at 11:30.
Sounds good. Thanks so much for having me and all the great questions, folks.
Yes, thank you for the questions. And welcome back to track 3 of SeaGL 2021. Thank you so much for joining us. We are back with Ava Black. Ava is a queer and non-binary geek, a lifelong student of the Buddha Dharma, a consent advocate, an aspiring author, and a regular speaker at both InfoSec and open source conferences and meetups around the world. In addition to their technical work, they are committed to improving diversity and inclusion in the tech industry and advocating for digital privacy rights. And they are here to talk about confidentiality in the cloud. Please welcome Ava.
Hello. Welcome to Computing Confidentially in the Clouds. My name is Ava Black. I'm currently an employee at Microsoft in the Azure Office of the CTO. I'm also an OSI board member at the Open Source Initiative. I work with several foundations that are part of the Linux Foundation, including the Confidential Computing Consortium, which is sort of the genesis of this talk. I'm an emeritus at several other projects, and I've worked at a few companies you might have heard of. You might have heard the joke that the cloud is just someone else's computer, am I right? Okay, but it's got to be somebody you trust. And there's really a lot more complexity in that. And I'm just going to kind of be the old person in the room yelling at the clouds and saying it's not actually just somebody else's computer. The complexity and the scale of operating hardware and data center and the teams of people and all the infrastructure and the networking, there's so much that goes on between the bare metal and a fancy dashboard or a nice API that you would use if you're consuming a cloud. And all of that might be hidden, and that is the beauty of a good abstraction layer, but it must not be forgotten. All of those layers of software and hardware and all of the people you're trusting to operate that cloud securely. The trust is, I would assume, rightfully placed. But if you're not a cloud provider, you are a cloud customer or consumer, then your operating environment is fundamentally different than it was 10 or 20 years ago because you don't control all of that infrastructure. Even if you don't think about it, even if you don't need to because it's implemented well, there might be legal or safety implications in not having control of that. Now, over the last 20 years or so, cloud providers and hosting providers of all shapes and sizes have been working diligently to add encryption to data in transit, right? SSL everything, encrypt everything even inside the firewall, right? A lot of effort went into doing that, or encrypting all the connections between data centers owned by the same company. That was 2008, 2010, somewhere around there. Like it's kind of recent that some of the stuff got secured. And folks began also encrypting all data at rest because we don't want to risk, customer data getting stolen or compromised by an employee just walking out with a hard drive one day. So we encrypt data in transit, we encrypt data at rest, and we use a lot of specialized hardware devices to do that. I'll talk a little bit about a couple of those later on. But since the GDPR, that is the General Data Protection Regulation, this is Europe's big privacy law passed about 2 years ago now. Since then, a couple other areas have passed similar regulations about data privacy. California, I believe India is working on some. Washington's had a couple floated. Washington State has had a couple floated here. So it's interesting. Things are getting more interesting. There's more requirement to protect data. And I want to talk a little bit about the possible isolation models that are used to make protecting consumer data or customer data possible in outsourced computing, cloud computing. First is to protect the provider itself against a malicious guest, right? If the cloud is public, anybody can sign up with a credit card. How do you know someone isn't going to do bad things using a fake credit card or a stolen credit card and then attack the provider themselves? This is not just important to protect the cloud provider, but also to protect other customers from an attack laterally. Because of course, if one guest could compromise the host, they could break out, they could probably break into another guest. So a lot of work has been done in hypervisors to protect against these two types of attack models. So we can say that they provide guest from host isolation and guest from guest isolation. And this makes the clouds more trustworthy, right? So if you're sure you can trust your cloud provider, are you sure you can trust their government? Have you ever had to consider that, right? This sort of came about more recently as folks tested the GDPR. There's a couple cases called the Schrems 1 and Schrems 2 cases. This is named after Max Schrems in Ireland. At least that's where the cases were brought. That actually pointed out that the way European data privacy laws work and the way US governmental access to data laws work, they're kind of incompatible. And I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not going to give you any legal advice in this talk. Good grief, no. But there's been some publications on this. Lots of people studying the potential implications of the end of the Privacy Shield Act and the Schrems 2 case verdict. So if that's a concern for you, governmental access to data in different regions or adhering to regional privacy laws and where data might move, go look into those things. So I mentioned these two isolation modes. There's work that's been happening on a third isolation mode, that is to protect the guest from the host. So you might not have realized in all the years you've been using the cloud that actually the cloud provider has full access to the guest. They have access to the memory. They have access to it when it's in RAM. They have access to it when it's in the CPU. And this is true even if you've been using at-rest encryption with a customer-managed key. The cloud provider still has had this access all this time. You're just trusting them not to do anything bad with it. What folks have begun to work on, and this starts with hardware vendors and up to cloud vendors, is to actually isolate the guest from the host to provide secure launch facilities so that you as the customer could be somehow sure that the cloud provider themselves doesn't have access, even if they use a memory scraper. Sounds wild. People are working on it. It's a hard challenge. Now, this is called confidential computing. That's sort of the name the industry has come up with to describe this capability in hardware and software. No security is perfect. Of course, you should really think of this as something additive, because if you are a customer of a cloud and you're trying to use confidential computing technologies and something in your software stack is compromised, or you're using another service that's compromised, the operating system or some Python dependency gets compromised, well, that's not going to be fixed by this alone. So think of this as one more layer in the Swiss cheese security model that protects your workloads. Let me talk a little bit about what this is. The definition that, after great debate by a lot of companies involved in this, everybody kind of agreed on, the definition in the Confidential Computing Consortium is that it is the protection of data in use by performing computation in a hardware-based trusted execution environment. And I'll pull apart those words a tiny bit for you. So a surprising amount of rigor went into developing this particular definition. It is the protection of data in use as opposed to data at rest or data in transit. That's on disk or network and SSL. So that's probably fairly easy to interpret. Now, the hardware-based phrase here is because there are also software-based techniques that protect data in use. Homomorphic encryption is one of those. And this is distinct, right? The Confidential Computing Consortium wants to make clear that the work that's happening here is distinct from homomorphic encryption. It's distinct because this is rooted in hardware. It's using hardware. And it's using specifically a trusted execution environment, which is a kind of relatively new type of hardware component, distinct from a TPM, a trusted platform module, or an HSM, hardware security module. I'll talk about those in a couple of minutes. And the consortium members, as they gathered and debated this definition, also identified a few key properties to say that anything to be called confidential computing has to provide, at a minimum, data integrity guarantees cryptographically based in hardware. Data confidentiality guarantees, again, based in hardware. and code integrity guarantees that protects against data being tampered with by the hosting provider or the operating system, some other compromise outside of the TEE. It protects against data being copied out or exfiltrated from that environment by a memory attack or a higher privileged process simply accessing the memory. And it guarantees that the code, at least at launch time for the enclave, the trusted execution environment, the code integrity is also cryptographically guaranteed by the hardware. Now, there are several other properties identified in all of those debates as important, quite likely to be present in a confidential computing product or service, but not strictly required. I'm not going to go into the lengthy debates that led to this. Just attestability or attestation, remote attestation. I do want to touch on that a little bit because it's sort of the answer to the question, well, how do I know I can trust it? And there's still a lot of ongoing work happening in attestation models in software to try and surface up hardware-based attestation capabilities through cloud orchestration systems like Kubernetes. That is not solved yet, not done yet. So broadly speaking, TEEs or enclaves or trusted execution environments, those words are all synonymous. They provide isolation to either a process or a whole virtual machine. And this is just really the result of how our CPUs are designed today. A process is a particular memory space run in a certain way, and a virtual machine is also a type of process, but it's in hardware, run and isolated differently. And so in both cases, it is the CPU providing this isolation and sort of removing all the other layers of the stack, the devices and firmware that are resident in kernel memory, the kernel itself, the host operating system and all the packages there, the hypervisor, and in some cases the guest operating system, even if you're in a cloud, removing all of those from your trusted compute boundary to say that the thing that you as the customer really, really have to trust, maybe it's because you built it yourself, you signed it, you encrypted it, you uploaded it, that's either the trusted process or just the trusted guest OS if it's a confidential VM. And you don't need to trust anything else in that stack. At least that's the promise. TBD whether it's actually fulfilled. Now, I did mention TPMs and HSMs. I want to touch on that real quick because a TEE is distinct. It's quite different than either of these. While they both, TPMs and HSMs also do provide cryptographic properties, many of which are similar, a TPM is really intended to verify platform integrity. So it's storing measurements of the kernel and the CPU firmware version, the host operating system, the hypervisor. It's storing those measurements. It measures them maybe at the physical, the bare metal server launch time, maybe at the guest operating system launch time. And then presumably it surfaces up those measurements to you, the customer, to say, yes, look, it's safe. It hasn't been tampered with. The firmware doesn't contain, a rootkit. And an HSM, a hardware security module, provides a lot of hardware guarantees around storing or accessing or manipulating key material, private keys. That might let you do something like a cloud-managed key where even the cloud provider doesn't have access to it because it's stored in a hardware system, and you're trusting the hardware vendor rather than the cloud provider in that case. So what happens? I'm going to come back to this topic of trust a little bit more. What happens if one government is asserting a sovereign right to data stored or processed within its boundaries, and another government is asserting that all of its citizens have a certain right to privacy that excludes the first? Where does this leave hosting providers? And I bring up this question because some folks are talking about confidential computing as a way to address this. Other folks are talking about confidential computing in some more perhaps less savory terms, a way to get around data regulation. The NASDAQ actually published a paper on that in early 2021, saying that confidential computing techniques are a great way to share data between parties whom regulators won't let share data, to circumvent that regulation. So these are some of the big questions kind of at play as a result of this technology. Can it help get around regulation? And gosh, that doesn't sound great. Why would we build technology to get around regulation? Well, it can also maybe really secure customers against hacking and malware and things like that. So, yeah. And I mentioned trust, and if you've read the GDPR or anything about it, you've heard the terms data processor and data controller. And once again, I'm not a lawyer, I'm never going to give you legal advice, but I did want to explain this a little bit in case this is the space you're in, and considering trust or data migration between regions, the implications of that is part of your job. The gist is that when a natural person's information is handled by a company with whom they have an established relationship, in my case, let's say my email provider, right, that company is deemed the data controller. It's their data. They are controlling data on my behalf. And I have entrusted them to control the life cycle of that data. And we might have a business contract. Let's say I'm paying my email provider. I am. And so through that contract, they might in turn outsource some of the processing of that data to other companies, right? Third-party clauses and all of that. So those other companies would then be deemed the data processor. Well, the GDPR starts to impose regulations on this. And again, I'm not going to dive into what those are, but if you are working in that space, you might want to check with your legal team. That's all I'm going to say. And I want to end the talk with a big, very big what if. Today, customers and consumers who have outsourced computing and storage to service providers, cloud providers, we are using business agreements to trust the providers to do the things that they say they will, not to change the terms on us, surprisingly. What if we could actually invert that trust relationship? What if we could use cryptographic techniques rooted in hardware to create a contract, wrap our data in a contract, and then when we're asking someone else to process it on our behalf, know that that contract is enforced in hardware? What would that do? How would that change the model of trust, of privacy, and of consent coming from the technology we use? What if every interaction with our devices and our computers and the clouds and social media was rooted through hardware-based cryptography in an approach that ensured the consent of the individual in any interaction or processing of their data? What if we could do that? Wouldn't that be great? So if you'd like to learn more, please reach out to me. If you want to work on any of this, the Confidential Computing Consortium, that's confidentialcomputing.io. It's a Linux Foundation project. The meetings are open. There's a Slack channel, a bunch of mailing lists, a bunch of open source projects there. There's also work related to this happening in the Cloud Native Computing Foundation. Several projects that are working to surface up confidential containers, that is, containers like Kubernetes, or containers and orchestration systems like Kubernetes that are using confidential computing tools. There's also work happening around securing software in the OpenSSF and a bunch of other places. So if you want to get involved in any of this, I'm happy to help connect you with where that work is happening. Feel free to reach out anytime. Thanks so much for coming to my talk.
Thank you, Ava, for speaking. We are live for Q&A, and I know that there was a question that you wanted to take from C. Weber. I'm a bit cautiously skeptical at this point about most of the hardware-oriented versions of these, but I'm glad to hear more about them, these being DPMs, I think. But I do feel like there's it's hard to get it's hard to trust computing designs when they aren't using auditable open source hardware designs thing that I feel. I wonder what you think.
That's a great question. And the answer is both technically and socially very complex. What a lot of the main hardware vendors like Intel and AMD and TrustZone are working on right now is technical implementations to provide remotely attestable or verifiable proof that the CPU and the firmware running on it have not been tampered with between when that chip manufacturer made it and when it's running in some environment like your cloud provider. So they're working on giving you a way to know that the cloud provider or your hosting provider or somebody else who's maliciously hacked into their systems hasn't modified it. But in terms of can you trust Intel or can you trust AMD or pick other manufacturers, the question is the same. And the answer there isn't going to be technical because that's a social challenge. And it starts to surface up that what we're looking at here is increasing techno-nationalism, the shift from let's just trust everything to realizing that, well, not realizing, but like the move to begin to close borders around countries and stop trusting hardware or software or people from other countries. It's really unfortunate. I really hope that we can turn that tide around globally, and open source is a pretty powerful demonstration that open collaboration is better for all of us. In terms of answering this for hardware, I'd love to see open hardware designs like RISC-V continue to mature. And I optimistically believe right now that there is a way to do remotely verifiable proofs that the hardware design is the one you expect, but I haven't seen them yet. So I think this is an area where there's work needed, and folks, I'd love to have interested people come help.
Thank you. Couple more. If one wanted to get into this field, are there any affordable confidential computing hardware devices available?
There are. Well, there were. Intel NUC. It's a little like desktop cube thing for dev kits. There were some Intel NUCs that had SGX and SGX2 available. I think a lot of the newer AMD CPUs also have SEV, secure encrypted virtualization capabilities. Their next generation will have that as well. We'll have something called SEV-SNP, secure nested paging. I can't speak to what's coming in the future in terms of like unannounced, chip features. And so the short answer is not designed for like Ada style or Raspberry Pi style things, but ARM TrustZone is in a lot of devices that are pretty easy to get. This is less present in like desktop CPUs than it is in server CPUs.
Windows 11 or TR Wittick asks, Windows 11 now asks to have a TPM and UEFI. Is this the start of TEE in consumer software?
I don't think so, at least not yet. TEE development seems to be focused at the hosting provider class of hardware to secure workloads in a cloud. But I could very easily imagine this reaching desktop pretty quickly. And the caveat here is TEEs are already widely deployed in IoT or mobile. So point-of-sale devices or your cell phone, low-power laptops, things like that.
Cool. We'll wait for C. Weber to have one more question, I think. No, maybe not. Okay, cool.
Okay.
I think that's all of the questions that we have. Thank you very much, Ava, for speaking.
Thanks so much for having me. Have a great day.
Have a great day, folks. And then our next speaker is going to be Thierry Boutel and Sebastian Durhet, and they're going to be talking about cross-debugging on Linux at 1:15 in track 3. We will see you here. Hello and welcome to track 3 of SeaGL 2021. Today we are going to have Theory. Theory holds a master's degree in computer science and industrial automation. He started in telecom and then joined Wind River Company, where he developed debuggers for VxWorks and Linux. Later at BA Systems, he was dedicated to real-time and CAN bus stuff on automated guided vehicles and Linux. And more recently, he was software manager at Pixel Sumer, where he developed a real-time framework and data logger dedicated to offshore sail races. He currently works at IoT.bzh and has been working on the audio stack and application binder in automotive-grade Linux. And let's welcome Theory.
Hi everybody, my name is Thierry Bultel. I'm a software architect working in a French company named IoT.bzh. IoT stands for Internet of Things, obviously, and BZH stands for Brittany, which is the place where we live. The subject of this presentation is cross-debugging on Linux. In some past years, I was working for a Wind River company and we were developing development tools, and especially I was working on the Linux user mod debugger. We will see what is available today in terms of cross-debugging and also what can be expected from modern tools today. The issues addressed in this talk are obviously the remote debugging, but also we'll have a deeper look on the debugger intrinsics. For the one who have ever wanted to know how a debugger works, it will be probably of interest. At the end of the talk, we will see what and how Zephyr OS works and what kind of debug it offers. IoT.bzh is currently developing and has recently released the official version of Wetdesk. Wetdesk is both a factory which helps developers and integrators to make product easier, and also Wetdesk OS, which is a new Linux distribution based on CentOS and that has long-term support. First, I would like to be a little more specific about what remote debugging means. Remote debugging means when you debug an application which is on a remote embedding target. Usually, this is a target which is of a different CPU architecture that your host development machine. And as a rule, considering that the target architecture is different as your host, will prevent you some bad surprises. What it is not is just connecting through SSH, for instance, on a target that has an OpenSSH server and to launch the debugger on it. That doesn't suit with small embedded targets, and that will also won't work if you want to do system mode debugging. In the past 15 years, I often seen people that weren't using remote debugging. There were several reasons for that. Some people were just working on code that was not architecture dependent or that was using board devices. In that case, they were able to reproduce their bug on their host. Some others said that the debugger was badly integrated in popular IDEs like VS Code, and they were right. Also, GDB and GDB server have suffered from instabilities for years and were leading from crashes or bad performances. Some other people were very special ones because they weren't using debuggers at all, simply because they didn't trust them or they could cope their bugs without using debuggers at all. There are two kinds of remote debugging, system mode and user mode. System mode basically means kernel debug when you are under Linux. It can be performed either with hardware assistance, with a JTAG probe, through software, things like GDB, or software emulation, for instance when you run a KVM with a special debug port that emulates a GDB server. One thing to keep in mind is when you perform a stop that suspends the whole system. That means that you lose communications. In case of you are using a software like KGB software debugger, that means that you will have to keep your communication alive with IRQ disabled. For doing that, the debugger implements a special communication channel based on pooling on the communication interface, like serial or Ethernet. It's interesting to notice that some high-level debugger may have what is called the OS awareness. That means that they know that the underlying debugged system is Linux and that they will be able to display some thread information, register backtraces, or thread local storage. User mode debugging means application debugging. Debugger relies on the Pittrace API that is built in the kernel. It's interesting to notice that since the last years there have been several significant improvements in the Pittrace API. The signal handling is far better since Linux 3.4, and security has been improved because seccomp is under since Linux 4.8. For using Pittrace API with GDB, you have to get the appropriate security credentials. If you have ever wanted what are the mechanics when you insert a breakpoint in your favorite debugger GUI, the things behind are that the debugger inserts a special instruction into the process memory. That instruction is completely architecture dependent, and its role is to generate a software interrupt when the program counter comes on it. The debugger will catch that software interrupt. As it maintains a list of breakpoints and the original instructions that were at their places, the debugger will be able to step over the breakpoint. Maybe the most important thing to remember here is that the process memory is modified and that can have significant side effects that I'll explain a little bit later. Hardware breakpoints use hardware support. The amount of available hardware breakpoints and how to use them depends on the CPU. There are of two types: instruction breakpoint, that just like software breakpoint are hit when the program counter reaches location, and address breakpoint, which are very useful to detect or to debug crashes due to altered memory. It is worth to notice that usually it's not a special address, but rather a range of addresses. The main advantage of hardware breakpoints is that tracy memory is not modified at all. Another important feature of a debugger backend is a single step. A single step consists in executing a single machine instruction and stopping immediately after. That feature can be supported by the hardware or not. Usually, the Linux kernel publishes that feature through the Pittrace single step call that can rely on hardware support or being emulated by the kernel itself. When there are no support at all, and it was the case on older kernel on the MIPS architecture, this is the trickiest issue, because you have to figure out what will be the next program location depending on the current instruction. You can imagine that jumps are the trickiest thing to handle. When you know the instruction where you will go after, you have to put a temporary breakpoint on that location to resume your process, to hit that location and to remove the breakpoint. In other words, your tracy memory is modified twice, and that can lead to annoying side effects. One of the most complicated problems that debugger has to deal with is multi-thread debugging, especially when there are a lot of shared code and when you want to use thread-specific breakpoints. In both cases, you are in the same address space, so when you put a breakpoint, it will be eventually hit by a thread that was not aimed to. When this happens, the victim must be resumed But when we want to do that, before modifying the process memory, you have to stop all the other ones. You have to suspend them, else you will eventually lose the breakpoint in the other thread. As you can guess, things can get even worse when you don't have hardware support for single step, but that you emulate it with temporary breakpoints. The reason why I've been working on the Linux debugger is that WinRiver wanted a debugger with an IDE, whose name was Tornado, that has same features as VxWorks. So everything began in 2005. The first proof of concept of a unified software debugger for Linux that was dual. It could perform system and user mode. The first proof of concept was performed a couple of months after the beginning of 2005. It consisted of a set of ugly patches on the top of 2.6.x kernel. It was using the VxWorks WDB protocol, and it was using serial and net polling routines because there was no netpoll API yet. And an interesting thing, it was able to spawn processes from the kernel context, which is unusual. Nowadays, when the kernel wants for some reason to spawn a user process, it usually needs help from the user land. After some months, the project was finally abandoned, and a split was made between system mode and user mode. CacheDB was chosen for system mode. By the way, I would be interested to get some testimonials from the listeners if they know of themselves still use CacheDB today, because I don't know a lot of people that do so. For user mode, the ptrace API was chosen, and we started to develop an application called the user mode agent that was leveraging ptrace pairing and implemented the WDB protocol. It was using UDP and was supporting also the TIPC protocol and also serial backend. All those architectures were supported: x86, x86, 64, ARM32, PPC32, and MU32 and Mix64. It was possible to get the Tracy IO editable console through the virtual console. There was support for hardware breakpoints, for ARM sum mode and interworking mode, and both flavors of threads that were available at that date, which were NPTL and Linux threads. And the key feature, to my mind, it was possibility to have fine-grained debugging. I mean, stop, stepping, continuing on a single thread without us having to stop the whole process. At the end of the project, we have finally achieved the following result. Our debugger was able to debug up to 100 threads with lots of shared code, and each thread could be debugged individually or not. A set of more than 2000 unit or stress states could be run from the host debugger. Facing the complexity of the single-step emulation problem, I decided to base my design on a finite state machine. That finite state machine was holding more than 80 states, and it was possible to design it with a GUI. The debugger was and has continued to be entirely used by WinRiver developers to develop the JTAG probes firmware of the company. What you can see here is the finite state machine displaying its GUI and its complexity. That tool is quite deprecated. It's no longer maintained and was originally written by a French engineering school. I recently published the code of that application on GitHub just for its not being lost, but it's no longer maintained at all. The inconvenience of this design is that it doesn't suit for system mode debugging. Moreover, the problem of stepping over ghost breakpoints. Ghost breakpoints are the ones that are not intended to be hit because specific to another thread, led to performance issues with SMP. So the trick used by the other project was to step over a breakpoint or perform single step emulation by putting or executing the execution somewhere else in another hardware space that was not shared with the other thread. Let's go back to the present, if you don't mind. I will show some remote debug sessions example. In the first setup, the communication will be done by a GDB running in a WebPesk local builder. The local builder is a light container that has all the developing tools, including cross compiler when necessary, a GDB and so on, and what you need to package your application into the WebPesk factory. And it will connect to an instance of WebPesk OS running in a KVM. So what you can see in the running video is that the KVM instance is booted. Meanwhile, the developer compiles a very simple application, and as you can notice in the makefile, there is a separation between the application program and the debug information. Once the target is booted, the GDB server instance is launched with the -- multi, which means that we don't want to close the connection when the GDB session exists, and we specify a special port. On the host, we launch a GDB, we attach to the target with the special target extended remote and the given port that has been mapped on my host because it is running a KVM. And then we'll put a breakpoint on main and load the program. We can see that the breakpoint on main is correctly hit. The following example matches the reality better. In this case, we still have GDB running on a host machine, and this time it will connect to an instance of GDB server running on an actual board. In this case, this is a Raspberry Pi 4. In this current video, I have booted a Raspberry Pi 4 and connected through SSH on it. First of all, we compile the simple application by having modified the makefile a little bit in order to invoke the cross compiler thanks to the cross compile suffix. We then upload the compiled binary to the target without pushing the debug information. The debug information file will be kept on the host side. In the SSH session, we launch the GDB server just like we did in the previous example. We connect on it. Again, we will put a breakpoint on the main entry point and execute the program. There is still the upload of the unknown target libraries from GDB server to GDB because it needs them to debug. We can see that the breakpoint is hit at the end, but we can continue it to have the hello world output, and that's it. As you can see, there is no significant loss of performances or efficiency despite of the fact that the target is less powerful than the host. In the next example, we will be debugging a much bigger process, still on the Raspberry Pi 4. This time, the process is the OpenCPN application. This is an application for displaying charts in navigation. It uses X11 and OpenGL and a lot of share library, up to 180, and it is written in C++. This time Since this is a graphical application, I will do the SSH port forwarding for the X11 port. What you can see also is that there is a completion for the C++ symbol. I am putting a breakpoint in chart canvas, column chart canvas. This is the constructor of that class. And then, when the program is started, the thing which is happening here is that there is a synchronization with the missing library. It takes a while because there is already a bunch of them, but this is an amount of time which is acceptable because it only happened once. After a while, the breakpoint we aimed is finally hit, and we already see the first graphical windows that come. I am then stepping and exiting the current function, and at the end we have the application which is launched, displaying the map. And by the way, this is the place where we live, close to the Isle of Groix. I have wanted to make a kind of evaluation of alternatives to the GDB and GDB server couple. I have identified one interesting, which is a LDDB from the Clang environment. LDDB can work with remote connection as well. It is a LDDB server. To my mind, the main advantage of this debugger is that it can perform an automatic upload of the debug binaries. The synchronization to the target is done when the binary is recompiled, when it changes on the host. However, I got a very bad experience from the Raspberry Pi. It was possible to debug my simple sample, but it has crashed when I wanted to debug a bigger application. When that happened, the lost connection was not detected. Also, the documentation way on how to list and delete pending or actual breakpoints didn't work. The documentation seems also outdated regarding the process launch command. As a conclusion, there is also a completion for the lookup of symbols, including the C++ symbols, but it is not user-friendly. Instead of suggesting the symbols on a single line, it presents them on a whole page in the pipe more way. So it is, to my mind, less practical than GDB does. Another alternative to GDB and GDB server that I had identified is TCF, which means the Target Communication Framework. The TCF project was initially launched at WinRiver as a replacer of the user mode agent. That project was launched, the project ID is due to Felix Burton and is actually currently maintained by Eugene Tassaroff. This is a project which is hosted and integrated in Eclipse IDE. Unfortunately, I didn't have to perform a lot of tests with TCF, else I won't have time to post that video. But I just took some look at the code. It seems still maintained, as I said. It supports a lot of backends, including other backends than the ones for the Linux OS. And also, it has a very cool feature, which is the auto-discovery via UDP broadcast. TCF architecture is cool, but it's still unclear to me why they removed all the multi-thread logics that I had implemented in the user mode agent. I have finished to tell what I had to say about Linux debuggers. I would like to introduce something new for the ones that don't know, which is the Zephyr OS, and to make a small demo on how debugging works on it. In short words, what is Zephyr OS? Zephyr OS is a real-time OS aimed for microcontrollers. It has a very nice documentation. Most API are really similar to the ones of Linux kernel. It also supports and has device trees, but the device trees are statically compiled. Since we are on microcontrollers, usually, most of the time, we don't have Ethernet, and there is no implemented software debug agent. So that means that for debugging, you need a JTAG. And the setup of the following demo is as such. The target will be a Renesas H3ULCB board. That board has several CPUs on it. 4 Cortex A57, 4 A53, and a Cortex R7 on which we will run the Zephyr OS. We plug a Nolimex JTAG debug program on the board, and on the host we run OpenOCD that makes an abstraction of the JTAG communication and provides a GDB server on which we can connect a GDB debugger. OpenOCD offers one TCP port per debug call on the target. It also has one TCP port for its internal monitoring and management. And in the coming demo, we will see how Zephyr tools make it even easier with the west debug command. On the left terminal shows the project directory, where the command is just west build to generate the firmware that you want to inject on the target. On the right, it's just a picocom running on the serial port. When you type westdebug, it performs several things. It uploads the firmware to the board and directly connects GDB to the GDB server OpenOCD. We put a waypoint on main, we perform a continue. We have seen that the OS has started, and after stepping over the print key, you can see that the hello world is displayed. So it's as simple as debugging a Linux process. We have finally reached the end of the presentation. I hope it was interesting. I would like to thank everybody for their attention. We'll now start the question and answer session. So please feel free to ask anything you have got in mind, and I will try to answer. If you come to France, please visit us. On the next picture I show again the place where we live. So we'll be happy to show you our beautiful country.
And thank you, Thierry, for that very interesting talk. We have with us Sebastian, who works with Thierry at IoTWZH to do the Q&A. And I believe that we have time for one question if anyone in the chat has a question. I'll give you a second. Okay, I don't think it looks like we don't have any questions at the moment. If you think of any, Sebastian, I presume that you're going to hang out in the chat for a little while. Yeah, in that case, thank you very much, Thierry and Sebastian, for speaking, and thank you, attendees, for listening. We will be back at 2 o'clock with Richard, and yeah, we will see you there. Thank you. Okay. Hello, and welcome to track 3 of SeaGL 2021. Welcome back. At 2 o'clock, we have Richard. Richard Littauer is a birder who lives in Vermont. Birder like birds. He is a Node JavaScript developer who is working as a community manager and a podcast host. He works a lot with the Sustain community, and he's here to talk about bird tracking. Take it away, Richard.
All right. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Because my headphones just died.
Yes, we can hear you. You're good.
Cool. That was not intentional. Hello, everyone. It is great to be here in Seattle. When I applied to this talk, I thought I'd be on the East Coast in Vermont, where I live, and I am not. I am in Scotland. I'm probably the only person calling in at 9 o'clock on a night on a Saturday to give a talk ever. But good to be here. I'm going to be talking about birds. Birds are really cool. They go tweet, like not like Twitter, but like, you know. And there's a whole class of people out there called birders. And what they do is they look at animals that are birds and they're like, what kind of animal is that? Is it a seagull? Is it a sparrow? What kind of sparrow? And they literally spend a lot of time just thinking about that. That's all birders do. There's nothing else to it. It's like looking at birds and naming them, which is really, really fun. I'm also a coder, so I code a lot of stuff. And I found out there's this weird, sweet subsection of birding that can involve some code. So I'm going to talk about that. So first off, before we get into that, to give some context more about birds. Birds migrate. Hopefully this isn't a shock. For half the year, they're not around. They're somewhere else, especially in like the Northern Hemisphere. I'm from Vermont. It snows a lot. The birds leave because they don't live well in the snow. In Seattle, it's different, right? But most of the birds also go through Seattle. I was there recently for the Linux Foundation OSPOCon conference or something like 3 weeks ago, and I saw some geese flying over because the geese were like, screw this, I'm out of here, which is pretty cool. We can see, I'm going to share my screen real quick to show you distribution maps. And for some reason, that's weird, but here we go. This right here is a map on the side. You can see this is North America, and the red is breeding range of the Canada goose. Canada goose is a really ugly goose that's really annoying that steals your shoe when you're like on the golf course. And then over here we have the year-round, where like they live year-round. Some of them just don't migrate. And then here we have non-breeding, meaning all these ones go down here in the winter, and then in the spring they all go back up here. It's kind of cool. You can see here, this is a map that's been made by millions of users of observations, which is awesome. People have been like, yeah, in the summer I saw them here, in the winter I saw them here. You can see the yellow and the purple, they mean different things. But basically, you know, birds migrate, they move around. It's kind of fun. Here's a similar map of observations, but year round. So that's cool, right? Now, when birds migrate, one of the things they do, which is pretty cool, is they call out. They go beep, 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 don't hit me. Why do they do that? Because most birds migrate at night. Why do they migrate at night? That's a great question, Alex. Thank you for asking. Birds migrate at night because the winds are generally better. It's just like they tend to die down later. You can navigate by starlight. That's right. Birds can actually navigate looking at the stars, which is really cool. Also kind of gets them in trouble because human cities often build these things that have artificial lights called buildings, and birds get confused. So every 9/11, when they put up the two like jet beams of light from the two towers in New York to commemorate the fallen towers, birds get trapped in a gyre stuck around that light thinking it's a star and not knowing what to do. And it's actually kind of sad. Millions of birds die every year from striking buildings in the middle of the night, which sucks, and they get disoriented. But they use starlight to navigate. That's cool. Less predators. You're less likely to get eaten when no one can see you. Good to know, just for future reference. But it does mean sometimes the flocks want to stay together, or the birds who are just really vocal want to say, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here, don't hit me. Those are called nocturnal flight calls. Nocturnal flight calls is a call that's made by a bird, which is normally particular to that bird species, which is really cool. Every bird species kind of has their own little call, and they use that call. Sometimes they use a few different types of calls, but mostly it's just like one species, one call, as far as we can tell. It's really hard to identify birds that fly at night because humans depend upon eyes to see birds most of the time. And you can't really see at night. I mean, pretty obvious. One of the things that's interesting is what you can do is look at the spectrograms or listen to calls. Spectrograms are one of the ways that we identify sound. So I'm going to share another Chrome tab really quick. Here is one from the Macaulay Library. This is a recording I made myself of a least flycatcher. Do you hear that? Chippick, chippick. I always think of this as the Jeopardy call. You know, trippick, trippick, trippick. I really like this call. This was a least flycatcher. I know that because its call was basically identical to what a least flycatcher sounds like during the day. It's just the same call. If you're walking around in montane forests, but they're also kind of deciduous forests, just a northern forest in general, anytime in the summer, you might hear this little bird going chippick, chippick, chippick. But that call was recorded at like 3 a.m. in migration because it flew over my house. I'm like, oh, I know what that is. Some birds don't use the same call that they use in the day. They use a totally different call. That's very difficult. It's really hard to know what that bird is. And this is why there's an entire research community dedicated towards understanding nocturnal flight calls. One, how can we know what birds are flying over? And two, how can we identify the sounds? Like, it's kind of an interesting question, right? Birds fly over at night, so that you could record the sounds. That's a really, pretty good way of looking at them later. But also just trying to figure out what birds are flying over. Why is this useful? Well, it's good to know in general things like where birds migrate, so you could maybe black out cities at night so they don't get hit by buildings. You can figure out important flyways. You can figure out what birds are actually like migrating and when they migrate. Often birds tend to migrate in like July, whereas shorebirds migrate a bit later from where I am anyway. I guess why is kind of a weird question. It's more like science just wants to know these things. I want to know what's flying over my house. I just think that's kind of cool. Most science is actually people being like, that's kind of cool. Let's talk about it. The first NFC researchers, and I keep using the word NFC, it means nocturnal flight calls again, were people who literally stood outside and just went like this and just sat there for hours and being like, yeah, there's another Swainson's thrush. Did you write down Swainson's thrush? Sweet. Yeah, write it down. Yeah, 3 of them. Yeah. And it's one way of doing it, pretty inefficient. Another way that happened later was using microphones. So people would have these giant antenna arrays and set things up. The past 20 years has seen a real boom in small electronics. So I'm going to share another screen here. This one might have some video, but I don't think so. Here we go. That is an old bird bucket microphone. It's literally a bucket, but inside of it you have this really interesting contraption that's plastic with a little chip in it, and that wire goes out, and you can make the wire as long as you want. Mine's like 30 meters, I think. And you put this on top of your roof and just have the wire go to a computer, and that will just sit there all night and record stuff. Now, this is where it starts getting fun. I've recorded 8 hours of all of my neighbors talking and birds flying over my house. Cool. How do I identify birds within that 8-hour segment? Because I'm not going to sit there during the 8 hours of the day and like go back through and like listen to the entire thing, right? That's a really crappy way of getting that data. What you want is some sort of software that actually goes through the huge speech stream, huge stream of audio that you've recorded. Remember, 8 hours is just one night. I recorded an entire migration season. That's months at a time. So that's way too much time. I don't want to spend that amount of time on things. I'm a developer. Like, I got other stuff to do. I got to go eat. I got to have coffee. So turns out this is a really awesome guy named Harold Mills. I love Harold Mills. He's my favorite. He has done something super cool, which you can see here. We have Vesper. Vesper is an open source project, which is sadly not very popular, like 22 stars. Super popular within the NFC community, which is actually pretty large. NFC is the community name in North America. In Britain, it's called NOCMIG, Nocturnal Migrants. A lot of people use this software. And it's written in Python. And what it does is it goes through and it identifies all of the calls going on in the speech stream. Let me see if I can just share my entire screen real quick. Yes, I can. Yes, that screen. Here we go. So we have here a calendar shot. This is pretty cool because you can see the orange bubbles there on each date. What that's done is Vesper has gone through all the files of those dates and tell me how many times a bird is called out. And it does that by providing a graph like this. You can see those are all bird calls from a spectrogram, from an audio file. And I can see that some of them look really, really similar. There's some really cool ones, like the fourth one on the top is a red start. And you can tell because of the way it has that V shape, that little dip. Actually, it looks like the third one's also the same red start. It's only like 30 seconds apart from it. And you can see the V sort of there as well. I probably should have marked it as red start. But Vesper allows you to basically do this without having to click through hours and hours and hours and miles and miles and miles of recording to be like, okay, yeah, here's a bird call. Sweet, let's identify it. So that's awesome. And it's so awesome because it's open source. And open source things are the best. How do I stop sharing? There we go. So I really like Vesper and I use it all the time. It's very, very fun. It's also incredibly finicky. It's hard to set up. The UX is not great. Harold is doing an excellent job at taking feedback, but he's like one guy. And I've had issues myself trying to understand the code base and add to it. He's really open to me opening issues, which is great. Harold, if you're watching this, you're awesome. And thank you. But it is difficult. One of the things that's difficult about Vesper is while it classifies recordings for you, it tells you, okay, this is probably at SEEP, which is a whole complex of things. I could actually show you a really interesting file. Let me just share my entire screen again, because there's this really cool, not this one, not this one, this one. This is an appendix of acoustic modeling of nocturnally migrating birds, accurate predicting the timing and magnitude of migration to the Great Lakes. It's about the Great Lakes, and you can see these different seeps here. Seep, 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 up, 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 single down sweep. Vesper will tell you which ones are seeps and which ones are thrushes, which are like lower, which is kind of cool. Things like the Bicknell's thrush, the hermit thrush, Swainson's thrush, veery. I get thousands of Swainson's thrush every year. I also get thousands of gray cheek thrushes, which is really interesting because they only breed in Canada. I would never see them normally in Vermont. Like there's like 3 seen every migration in Vermont. I've recorded literally thousands of them, which is awesome. But you have to go through and figure these out for yourself. Vesper doesn't tell you exactly what it is. We're working on that. Cornell has a really awesome app called BirdVox that does that. And we're getting to that point. And I think in the next 5-10 years, we're going to see more of that. And there is an open source community dedicated to that work. My friend Larry Clarfield is working on that for his PhD, post-PhD for his postdoc, which is awesome. So this is one thing about Vesper that's hard. Another thing about Vesper is hard is that it's hard to take the data and then use it elsewhere. What do I mean by use it elsewhere? Josh, you were going to say something?
Oh, yeah, I was going to tell you you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Well, I mentioned earlier that Canada Goose migrate through, and I showed you a map of user observations. The coolest thing about being a birder alive today is you get to use community science. Community science, sometimes called citizen science, are massive databases where people can contribute to scientific databases, even if they're not a scientist, if you don't have a PhD. I don't have one. I have a degree in linguistics. That's almost useful, but it's the wrong species. So what's really cool is things like eBird and iNaturalist. So let me show you what eBird looks like. It is super, super cool. This here is eBird. As you can see, I really like birds. I've done a lot of stuff. Coolest thing about eBird is the stats. Here, 10,000 species have been seen. It's around the amount in the world. 60 million checklists. That's amazing. That's really cool. What this does is that out of the 700,000 people who've contributed to checklist, you can see what species are most likely to be in your area based upon other people's observations. And this is all used for science, which is really awesome. So one of the things that I do is I explore. I look a lot at Washington, Vermont, which is my county, and I see what's been seen recently. I also like contributing to my local hotspot. Hotspots are just little areas where you can contribute, like parks or things like that. Nature Center is one of my favorite nature centers. I'm on the board there. They're great. This is a giant reservoir. And this thing here, number 10, is a really, really small park. It's like an acre. There are basically no birds there. It's basically 5 trees next to some houses. One of those houses is my house. And you see it's number 10 in the county, not because it's a good place, but because we've had a ridiculous amount of checklists there. What does that mean? It means that I've built software that takes the stuff out of Vesper and puts it into an eBird format to match the eBird API, which is super, super cool. So I have here. Oh no, I lost it. Okay, well, here's one thing. That's a shim I made that automatically changes the name of a file. Let's go clear. Go to CD, src, ls, cd, Vesper to eBird, ls, Atom. Yeah, here we go. Cool. So what this does is this is like a 500-line JavaScript file that basically takes the massive, massive CSV that Vesper creates for you when he exports it, and then formats it to match the eBird API to automatically make a checklist for every single hour of recording you make, which is what eBird wants, of all the birds that you've identified on Vesper using your knowledge of what birds are, which is really, really cool. So it prints out this thing for me that looks like this. It says, hey, on October 10th, you recorded, for 30 minutes at 10, and you heard 3 species. At 11, you heard 2. Later in the night, things really picked up. Look, you got 13 sparrow species at 2 a.m. You got 15 passerines later. You got 3 white-throated sparrows. That's awesome. White-throated sparrows are the best. So here's the totals for what you saw that night. And then it uploads it onto eBird so that other people can see what I've done and can see what happens there. This is actually really useful for policy, because what I've done as well is I've now made Blanchard Park like this place where people know there's a lot of birds, even though the birds just fly over and never actually stop there. Blanchard Park is part of the city of Montpelier, and they recently made a plan for how the park should exist and what they should do to change it. And one of the coolest things about it is that they had this whole section here about the bird life and how great the birds are and how some birds come through on migration, like the yellow rumped and the redstarts, which we mentioned, the one that recorded. And this is partially because of my nocturnal flight call work. I figured out, actually, this is a really important park. A lot of birds use this as a landing route. So it's kind of fun. Makes me feel more connected to my environment. I get to listen to cool stuff. I really like that. Another cool thing about NFCs is you could basically do it anywhere. I've recorded seagulls in my car with my bucket. I use my bucket and I attach it to an amp, which is attached to a laptop, which uses Audacity to record. And then I take that giant recording and I put it into Vesper, and then I run the shim and I put it into eBird. And now I've logged stuff that no one's ever seen before. Right now I'm in Britain. I've been using this Audio Moth. It's like $100 recorder. I would just put it outside on the windowsill, and I've recorded hundreds of redwings migrating. And I put them on iNaturalist. It's another eBird site, and people said, yeah, that's a redwing, because I didn't know. I'm not from this continent. And that was really fun. So yeah, I use Windows to record stuff. That's probably the worst thing about my life. So if anyone here knows anything about Linux and wants to help me figure out how to automatically record a sound stream given astronomical time zones for when sunset and sunrise happens, let me know. But yeah, that's basically my talk. Birds are cool. Josh, you want to say something?
I was going to say that I can help you with that if you want.
I would love that. Yes.
Okay, cool. I'll do that. That seems simple. So we're right at time, actually, and that seems like a good place to stop. So now We're open for questions. Some comments from the chat. Rachel says, geez, you influence local policy. That rules. And it does. It does rule. I agree.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun working with those, with the park commission and with the city. It made me really, really happy. They kept trying to be like, yeah, but those birds just fly over. And I'm like, no, actually, I've seen some of them and it's really important. And some of the species that I've recorded were actually like super rare. I mean, me and Larry were the first people to ever get upland sandpipers fly through in like the fall. No one's ever seen an upland sandpiper in the fall in Vermont. And it's cool to be like, yeah, they're actually, they're still around. But yeah, influencing policy is the best.
So I have one question from Mateus. In a simple way, how the equipment is installed to measure and get data? What's your setup look like?
So my setup, one of the problems with being in Britain right now is that I'm not at home. And that really made it very hard for me to prepare for this talk because I don't have like photos of stuff because I haven't been there for a month. But what I have right now recording actually at home at the moment is an old bird microphone on my deck. Long wire goes through my house to my NUC on which I've installed Windows. I use this thing called iAudio Player or iSound to automatically record at a set time. Unfortunately, that time isn't variable because Windows sucks. I think I'm allowed to say that in this conference. And so what I actually do is I go to timeanddate.com and I try to find the sunrise and sunset times. So I do that manually. I record that to that computer. I don't like doing anything on Windows, so I immediately take the files off that computer, put it on my OS X machine. I'd rather use Linux, but I need to do Photoshop and stuff, and it's much harder. And that's basically when I start doing the coding stuff. So that's my current setup. Sometimes I have a car setup that I explained. This setup that I'm using while I'm traveling is literally just this. It's an audio moth, super easy to configure. I just take the SD card out, plug it into my computer, and take the audio directly off.
Cool, thank you. Seabass asks, can this also be used to record nocturnal where are the chips calls for my locality? A constant reality given the local seagull population.
I don't understand where the chips calls are, but I will say that I've recorded really awkward conversations that I probably shouldn't have. My girlfriend has been upset sometimes with me recording stuff. And I definitely recorded a crime a few weeks ago, and I'm still debating whether to report that to the police. Really awkward. But yes, I have recorded seagulls, if that was the point of that question.
I have a question. So yeah. What do you that was going to be my question is, so do you actually listen to the recordings? What do you do with them other than just running them through the recognition software?
I run them through the recognition software, and then occasionally I'll actually listen because recognition software doesn't work for a few things. It doesn't work for owls. Owls are too low. And we can fix that later in time, but like the science just isn't there yet. It's actually really hard to identify like audio in a stream. You need certain classifiers, and we don't have enough data. We're working on that. But what I tend to do is I tend to run it automatically through Vesper, and then I'll manually go through sometimes and click. That just takes 20 minutes. And so I don't do that every night. Like I just haven't done it recently because I've been pretty tired. I tend to just have these stored. I just have a massive folder, and I have a USB that's like a terabyte that I just am slowly filling up with data files. I also have just a spreadsheet that I keep and I just say when I started, when I stopped, and any notes I have.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, that was all the questions from the chat. And I'm assuming that you'll be around in the chat for a little while if anyone wants any more. We'll wait for Mateus maybe.
Oh, sorry for platform shaming. I didn't mean to say that. Cool. Great chat. Thank you all for talking.
All right. Cool. Cool. Yeah, I think that we can take it in the chat. Thank you very much, Richard. Hang on, and we can like share deets, and I'll help you out with your bird recordings. That sounds like fun. Okay.
I would love that. Thank you all for listening to this talk. Sorry that it was no PowerPoint. I'm sick of PowerPoints, so I just figured I would just talk to you all.
I think it went okay. All right. Well, thank you, everybody. We'll be back at 3:30 with Ben, and I will see you all there. Hello, and welcome to track 3 of SeaGL 2021. For our final talk of the day, we have Ben. Ben Cotton is a meteorologist by training, but weather makes a great hobby. Ben works as the Fedora program ambassador at Red Hat. He writes for opensource.com as an open organization ambassador and correspondent. Ben is a member of the Open Source Initiative and a supporter of the Software Freedom Conservancy, and please welcome him today. He's going to be talking about your bug tracker and you.
All right, thanks for the introduction, Josh. Welcome to the talk. I want to cover a few housekeeping notes here to get started. I use he, him pronouns. The usual disclaimers apply. So I do have a job. This talk does not represent them or any projects I'm associated with, blah, 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 blah. The talk is under a Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike 4.0 license. If you have kind things to say, my Twitter handle is @FunnelFiasco. It's on the bottom of every slide too. Kind things can be disagreements. I'm happy to engage with you on those. But if you have unkind things, you are, of course, welcome to keep those to yourself. And then we'll do questions at the end. I'll try really hard to come in at the right amount of time. Practices have been so far. All right, so what are we going to talk about here? Well, first, we'll talk about why you even have a bug tracker. Then we'll talk about how to triage the bugs in that tracker, how to close them, and then how to analyze them so you can kind of learn things about your project. So the first question, why do you have a bug tracker? Pretty obvious answer, right? To track bugs. Duh. Right, okay. So it's a little more than that though. And I don't think it's too far of a stretch to say that bug trackers are the cornerstone of building an open source community. And just in the same way that a building is more than just the cornerstone, making your community is more than just having a bug tracker, but it's a really foundational piece. And why is that? Well, bug trackers are how you communicate with your users. It's how users tell you what is wrong or what they would like to see in your software. It's where you help them figure out how to use it. It's basically like the fundamental way of communicating from within the project to outside the project and vice versa. Similarly, use it to coordinate with contributors because you can assign a bug to yourself and work on it and then fix it, and away it goes. But somebody can see, oh, Ben's assigned that bug to himself. I'll go work on this other thing. If you have a bug where you don't have any concept of assignees and everyone fixes this one bug, you have 100 people fixing the same bug at the same time. It's a really fixed bug, but all the other bugs are just sort of languishing. It also allows you to maintain a historical record for your project, and not like in a useful, I'm going to sit down and read this book, look at the pretty illustrations kind of way. More of a, wow, I'm going to Indiana Jones my way through this library. But there's a lot of very rich data that accumulates in a bug tracker over time that allows you to go back and do some of that archaeology later if you need to. And so it just sort of builds a source of information about the project, not just of the bugs, but it's an indicator of how active your project is, who the active people are, how your project works, right? So it just sort of communicates outwardly and inwardly how the project is working. And so it makes it a really important part of your project. So I think now we can agree that we should have a bug tracker. Cool. So how do you triage bugs? And so triaging is basically the act of like sorting into, what order you're going to work on things. In like mass casualty instances, doctors will perform triage to be like, all right, well, this person we can't save, so we're not going to waste our resources trying to. But these people are critically injured and we can save them, and these people can sit and wait for a while. Thankfully for bugs, there's not like the ethical and like moral weight to it, but we still do sort of the same things. We figure out what categories things fit in. And so in our first pass, you ask questions like, is this a bug? Because bug trackers often have things that aren't bugs. They might be like enhancement requests, and those might be valid things to put in there. It might be things like, spam, because if it's on the internet and people can write to it, it will get spam at some point. You might have just sort of like user support questions that aren't really bugs, but something's unclear. So you want to sort that into the right category. And then you ask, is it a duplicate? Because if it is, you just kind of want to smush it down all into one, so you reduce the overhead of having to answer the same question 10 times. And yes, this was fixed in version 1.2.3. Yes, this was fixed in version 1.2.3, etc. Is it a security bug? Because you might flag those differently and either give them a quicker fix, or you might have a security expert that needs to look at it, things like that. You can ask, is it filed in the right place? And that means within your project, if you have multiple components of it, because it's a large complex project, or like, is your app written in Python, but the bug is actually in the Python interpreter itself? And so you might need to be like, hey, sorry, you need to actually go here to file this bug. And then some sort of questions about just that make it easier to figure out if it can even be fixed. Like, is it reproducible? And does it say what happened? So you go through and you do that first pass. And now you need to figure out which order you're going to fix things in now that you've kind of got them neatly stacked. And in open source projects, people don't necessarily follow like a strict priority. They're going to work on the thing that is both interesting and also within their skill sets, like that Venn diagram overlap. I could want to fix a Wi-Fi driver bug. I do not have the skills to fix a Wi-Fi driver bug. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go fix this other thing. Like there's a typo, I can fix that. But you can set sort of cultural expectations within your project of how you generally want to prioritize bugs, with the understanding that each individual person is going to sort of work on an individual basis. But you can set broad categories at least. And so you work through this list of questions, and what we're going to do is we're going to go through each one. And the sooner we get to yes, the higher the priority is. And then the more yes answers we have, the higher the priority is. And I suggest that you don't try and like individually rank each one in a particular order, because again, that's not how people are going to work on them. A couple of broad categories like low, medium, high, and OMG, those are probably sufficient. We're talking broad categories here. So a couple questions that are yes, like this is absolutely, we have to fix this now. Super high, urgent, whatever you want to call it, priority. Can physical harm result? And there are two ways that physical harm can result. And you're like, but Ben, this is software. And yes, but software is generally involves hardware at some point. Even serverless has servers, right? So if it's, controlling some, electrical current on a device, and you overdraw the current and it catches fire, that's a physical harm. If you have people's addresses and you have a bug that causes them to be leaked to somebody, and somebody can then find out where a user of your service lives, that can result in physical harm. And those are things you have to fix like right away. Another very high priority question is, does it cause data loss or corruption? People are generally going to be very unforgiving if you destroy the pictures from grandma's 90th birthday party, or the video of baby's first steps, their PhD dissertation. And yes, you can say, well, they should have had backups. And yes, but that doesn't mean they're going to like it. And it's a really bad thing for your software to do. So we go a little further down. This is also still bad, but maybe not quite as bad. Although the third one I'd say is still probably high. Does it permit unauthorized access? And this kind of goes back to the physical harm question of, so even if I can't get into and cause damage, like by erasing or deleting or modifying files, can I get in and see information that I'm not supposed to be privy to? And, addresses and personal contact information, like things like that, that's really bad. If I can see, somebody's notes from the fever dream they had at 3 a.m. about the book they're going to write about platypuses writing JavaScript. Not quite as bad, but it's still like, that's a huge thing. And that has real harm to people. If you think about how many times have you gotten a notification saying, oh, well, we had a data breach, here's 2 years of free credit monitoring, because servers didn't get patched on time. Like, there's still like real costs to people. You can ask, does it reduce accessibility? Because if people who use screen readers all of a sudden can't use the screen reader anymore, that's a problem. Is the default configuration affected? And the reason you want to ask this is because most people, they're not the kind of people that are going to sit down and like play with all the settings as soon as they get a new piece of software or a new device. Many of us do, being here at a tech conference, but the average user, no. So if the bug ships in the default configuration, that's like 80% of your user base that's going to hit it. If it doesn't hit the default configuration, maybe there's like 15 or 20% of people that might use it. So like the impact is immediately larger if it's in the defaults. And then you think about, like, is there a reasonable workaround? And reasonable here is something that the average user of your software can do. And so that's almost certainly not going to be, well, recompile it on a Tuesday morning with this special flag while you're standing on one foot and tugging on your ear. Yes, that's technically a workaround, but it's not a reasonable one. And that's why I put it in italics. And then think about, does the bug affect all platforms? If the bug only shows up on Windows 3.1 running on a Casio calculator watch, probably not that important. But if it shows up, if you're it's a mobile app and it shows up on like ARM devices, yeah, that's a problem. If it's a desktop app and it's showing up on, Windows on x86, 64, that's a problem because that's like 95% of the world desktop market right there. So you want to be, again, think about the breadth of the impact. And then there's like, does it embarrass you? And this is kind of low priority. Anything that doesn't, if it doesn't embarrass you and it hasn't been yes to any of those, it's a low priority bug. And this is embarrassing, not like in the, oops, I can't believe I, made a bug. How terrible of a programmer am I? But it's in the things that like are going to get you raked over the coals in a review in like Tech Press or something. Like, does your splash screen have your project name misspelled? Functionally, that doesn't hurt anything, but it's just kind of embarrassing and gives people a really bad, first impression of your project. So that's the thing you might want to think about. All right, so we've got all the bugs sorted. We know which order we're going to work on them in. Now it's time to close them. And probably do some fixing in them, but this isn't a talk about fixing bugs. It's a talk about using the bug tracker. So we're going to assume that fixing happens at some point, probably. And I'm of the opinion that you should totally close bugs. And we'll talk about this more in a little bit. This is not a universal opinion. If you disagree with this, please give your own talk. This is my talk. And so the prevailing opinion is you should close bugs. Okay, but there is some like reasonable debate about this. The advantages of closing bugs, and it's not just when they're fixed, but when you know they won't be, or when it's reasonable to assume they won't be, is it sends a clear signal of intent. After 5 years, if you haven't fixed this bug, you're probably not going to. And I think to some degree, it's better just to admit that and not lie about it. But it also makes the bug tracker easier to search. And I don't mean like through the API where you use like 10 different keywords to get the exact set of bugs you want. But it's sort of like the visual search when you first load the bug tracker, because a lot of trackers are, they default to only showing the open bugs, which makes sense because if they're closed, you no longer care about them for most uses. And so if you have like 100 bugs open, but there's only like 3 you actually care about, it's a lot harder to find those 3 than if you just close those and you open the bug tracker and, oh, look, here are 3 bugs. On the other hand, it makes people angry when you close their bugs and you haven't fixed it. And that's understandable. I get it. And that's why some people say, we're just not going to touch that. There's also well, I was going to work on that someday. And, sometimes people do come along and they see a 4 or 5 year old bug and they're like, I can fix that. And they do. It's pretty rare, I expect. And if you're using different closure types on the bugs, you should be able to go back through and see the ones that were closed unfixed and, find them anyway. And then the other argument is that it represents a catalog of known issues. And I put the asterisk there because like it's known that they were filed. It's not necessarily known that they're actual issues unless somebody has gone through and triaged and, you know, confirmed them. But, you know, some people do like to be able to tell, you know, I installed this new software. I know it has bugs. What bugs does it have? And that is a way to do it. All right, but let's say we're going to decide to close a bug. Well, when do we do that? Obviously, when it's fixed. And there's actually a little bit of nuance here because just fixing, do you close it immediately when the fix hits the repo or when like the update is released or a little bit after the update is released so people who haven't upgraded right away can still go back and see it? We could get into that, but we don't have time. On the other hand, if it's a duplicate or if it's invalid or if it's spam, you can close that right away because you know it's a pretty easy decision. There you go. If it's missing information or if you can't reproduce it, you know, after a while, it's probably a good time to close a bug. If it's reported against a version that has reached end of life, you can close the bugs because that's what being end of life means. It means you're not going to fix it, that version anymore. And then sometimes there are just other reasons where you know that you can't or you won't fix it. You know, maybe you're actually depending on the bug for a lot of other behavior. And if you fix that, you have to basically re-architect the whole application. And while that might be the right thing to do, it's the thing that's not going to happen. So let's just be honest about it. You know, or maybe there's some other reasons we're like, you know what, we're just not going to fix this. And I'm sorry, but it's time to move on. And again, like once you've sort of made that determination, you can just close the bug. All right, so how to do it. This is the hard part because this is what gets you yelled at when you close a bug. You know, every 6 months I close a few thousand Fedora Linux bugs that didn't get fixed. And invariably there are people on the mailing lists or on social media or in the bug itself being like, oh, you never fix my bugs. Why are you closing this? I'm never using your project again. And I see them again in 6 months and I'm like, but okay. But the point is you want to set and communicate a policy ahead of time. Like, principle of least surprise here. Don't surprise the users by closing the bugs. And yes, they may not have read the policy, but at least it's out there in a way that people can see it and it's agreed upon. And this allows you to, you know, sort of act consistently, which is good. So when you're closing the bug, explain why. Is it because the version is end of life? Is it because you depend on that buggy behavior to make the rest of everything else work? Is it that you can't reproduce it and, you know, sorry? And give instructions on how to reopen. So that means like if you're closing it because it's end of life, say, hey, you reopen it if it's against this current version, if it's still there. Or, you know, say we're closing this because you didn't provide all the information we need. We waited a little while. If you have that information, reopen it. And honestly, the hardest part is ignoring the complaints. And that's not like don't care about your users, but you don't necessarily need to engage with every single person who complains because they're frustrated because their bug didn't get fixed, because you should have empathy for them. It's hard. So the process for closing your bugs is going to vary by type. So obviously, like I was talking about earlier, you know, some you can close right away, some you want to wait for. You definitely don't want to be too aggressive with the missing info and can't reproduce closures, because you want to give people time to give you the information that you need and come back to you. So you might wait a couple of weeks, just in the same way that you don't want them to expect an immediate reply from you. You shouldn't expect an immediate reply from them. And you need to figure out what you're going to do with won't fix bugs. Do you close them or do you just kind of leave them indefinitely? I'm going to talk a little bit faster now because we're running out of time, but bug analysis. You use that because you want to learn things. You can learn about your user community, and it's way easier than doing a survey, because surveys have a lot of validity issues when you just try and like get it out to random people because, there's selection bias in who takes it. You don't know who's in the population. You don't necessarily have a way to communicate with all of your users. So this gives you some, defensible answers about things like usage by platform. If we assume that bugs are basically evenly distributed, and you see that all of your bugs are occurring on OS 10 and none on Windows, okay, people are probably using Macs for your application the most. If you have different components, again, you can kind of see which ones have the most bugs. All right, that's probably relatively proportional to the usage. Are people filing bugs against the new version right away, or is it like 6 months or 10 months later? So you can kind of see how quickly people are adopting the new version. And you can learn trends in your project, like, are the bugs increasing over time? Or is it increasing as fast as our community is? Are we fixing them faster or slower? Are the bugs getting more severe or less severe? Maybe we need to adjust QA procedures. There are also things you can't learn. You can't learn how quickly you respond to bugs unless you manually set that, because you really don't have a good way at scale to tell if the first comment is somebody following up on the thing they just posted, or somebody else saying, yep, me too, or somebody from your project actually responding. It's a really useful thing to know, but you can't really get it unless you do a lot of manual work. You just want to avoid doing anything that involves people. You don't want to shame the people who are the worst bug fixers, and you don't want to praise the people who are the best, because just because they're the assignee on the bug doesn't mean they're actually the one who fixed it. And there might have been multiple people who contributed to that. Similarly, you can't tell affiliations, and because people might not use their corporate or project email address in the bug tracker. And so you can't really say, oh, well, X percentage of people are from Red Hat because they use their Red Hat email in Bugzilla, because a lot of people don't. And the cool thing is you can challenge your own assumptions. So I used to think that every bug in Fedora Linux was marked as urgent because people were always like, this is urgent to me, that's why I bothered filing it in the first place. And then I looked at the data and, oh, yeah, actually most people don't set severity at all. And the distribution is actually probably pretty reasonable. Only a small percentage over the last 10-ish releases are marked urgent. So when you're doing your analysis, you want to look for trends that will cause a change in behavior. You can look for things that are just sort of interesting, but really want to focus on what can we do to make this better or worse. You generally want to ignore the duplicates, and basically always want to ignore spam, because it's going to skew your data. Unless you're trying to figure out, this question that you're asking is, how many spam bugs are we getting? In which case, yes, don't ignore spam. Think about percentages versus raw numbers. Which tells you sort of the story that you're actually trying to get at. If there's 10 bugs and one of them is urgent versus 100 bugs and one of them is urgent, those are different things. And raw numbers will give you one story and percentages will give you another. And I just talked about sort of, being careful how you skew your data by what you include or exclude. There's probably be a whole nother talk on this. So to wrap up, because I went long, I did do a 25-minute talk at Nest with Fedora about, it's called Exploring Our Bugs. It's basically just a bunch of graphs on Fedora Linux bugs if you're interested in that sort of thing. But now I will go ahead and take questions. I will briefly mention that I am working on a book, Program Management for Open Source Projects, due out hopefully in early next year from the Pragmatic Bookshelf, that has a whole chapter just on this talk and many other things. So if we don't get to it today, you know what to do.
Awesome. We have one question from chat from Rachel. Question: are there systemic ways in the bug tracker to help bug fixers who need a lot of help?
Can we get a little bit of clarifying on the question? I'm not quite sure what the question is asking.
Yeah, if Rachel, if you could clarify what your question was there, that'd be great. We have other folks typing as well. I will, while people are typing, this track was sponsored by Google. They're a gold sponsor this year. And Ben, what do you think the best FOSS tool is for bug tracking? All
bug trackers are terrible in different ways. I I could probably go on about this for a long time. I think tools like Bugzilla are really good for large, complicated projects. The UI is unpleasant, let's say. I think things like GitHub or GitLab issues are often too simple without doing a lot of custom fields, but they are very user-friendly. So it really sort of depends on what the needs of your project are.
Cool, thank you. And we'll give Rachel a sec. Okay. Rachel says, you mentioned that you need to watch out for praising good or bad bug fixers. Other than offering personal support, is there anything in the bug tracker tools themselves to help bug fixers get better at fixing bugs?
Yeah, so I'd say, like, broadly, sort of look at the aggregate time to resolution and just, get a sense of, how well you're doing, sort of across the project. I think a lot of it, if there's somebody who's just kind of bad at it, it's going to be a lot of coaching. Be like, let's look at some of these bugs and see why. Were they mistriaged, or did you get unlucky and you get the really complicated bugs, things like that.
So you're saying you should use the metrics in order to identify problems.
Yeah, and again, like you might, if it's a complicated project, you can break it down by component. And so you can get a more granular view. And you can actually, do it by individual. You just got to be really careful that the data might actually be meaningless. And you certainly wouldn't want to make it like public, but, you could, if somebody's like, hey, how am I doing? You can, then just look at their bugs and kind of get a sense for it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Ben, for speaking. Everybody, we have a closing keynote in, I believe it's in track 1. And we will also have closing ceremonies, games, stuff happening. Stuff is happening. Please go to the keynote. And this is our last talk in track 3, so I am signing off. Thank you very much, Ben, and thank you to all of you for listening.